Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed caption. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turn to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Hey, good afternoon on this Sunday. It's morning for some people, it's afternoon for others. It is midnight for other people because we are worldwide. So I want to welcome our business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5 Star BDM, and I am here as your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Audrey, who has an over 3-decade history as an entrepreneur, executive, and educator, sharing her insights with Fortune 500 corporations, nonprofits, and entrepreneurs seeking guidance to launch, grow, and sustain enterprises. Dr. Audrey earned both a Doctor of Business Administration and Juris Doctor degrees and completed her doctoral dissertation, Venture Capital for Independent Filmmakers. She will be joined in a fireside chat with Dr. Aubrey Oliver. Let's welcome them to the Black Business Network.
Hey, how are you, Grant? Good to see you.
Hey. Oh, look who we have here. This is wonderful.
Hey, Grant, how are you?
I am doing great.
All right. For a minute there, I thought you were calling me Dr. Audrey.
We got Dr. Audrey, we got
names.
Dr. Aubrey. Yes, very good sounding name. This is going to be a wonderful talk. Let me get out of your way so you can get things going. Genius is coming, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Yes, my brother.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For those who were here earlier this week, this is part 2 of a conversation that began with Master Chef Kidi Awadu earlier and Dr. Oliver as a panel that we decided to come back and bring you part 2. So this is part 2 of part 2 featuring Dr. Aubrey Oliver. And for those of you that didn't get a chance to hear his background, let me give you a few highlights of who Dr. Oliver is. So he is a holistic practitioner. He is known as an energy healer and spends a lot of time directing not only research around cannabinoids, energy medicine treatment protocols, brilliant as relates to nutritional protocols, and overall holistic care. I think of Doc as, our global coming to save you physician who's willing to jump on a flight, definitely able to jump on a virtual call, but his passion shows up before you even meet the man in terms of his commitment to helping those of you who have a serious desire to find out how to heal yourself. He really is passionate about that end. And you receive that. I think that's part of why so many of the patients, once they've had an opportunity to have a session with Doc, he becomes their permanent solution for their lifelong ambitions. I know he's my first go-to physician when it comes to anything about my body, and definitely with my aim of living to 120 years and beyond. So welcome and join me in welcoming Dr. Aubrey Oliver for part 2 of part 2. Hey, Doc.
Hey, how are you? I'm here. The time, yes. Big time zone difference, but my eyes are open. I was up until I guess you could call it 3 a.m. California time on another show in London, the Galaxy Radio, talking about the state of Africa and what needs to be done there, and your favorite topic, changing mindsets to get Africa going.
Well, we know that's so essential because it all begins there, right? We all begins with a particular intention. And it's so interesting. Earlier in the conversation with Kidi, we talked about that because I touched on his book, A Miracle on 2 Feet, about stroke prevention and recovery, but also referenced his book, 100-Year Lifespan, which is definitely something that you and I talk about, living full life. In that conversation, Kidi and I were talking about a few of the items that lead to stroke prevention, but I saved a few things that I knew would segue into our conversation very well. We talked about sleep, exercise. We touched on food and breathing, but to me, the areas of our conversation that I think are so important is the mind, body, and soul, because you focus on helping people establish gut health. But we know that gut health not only is about the physical, but it also contributes to the mental. So kind of talk about how the gut impacts the mental and vice versa.
Well, the gut is your second brain. So we literally in holism, mind, body, and soul studies. My background is I started out in med school, and I had a problem with pharmaceutical because pharmaceutical at the time, and still is, where you're putting in poison to deal with other poison. And so I thought that was kind of like, in some ways, oxymoron. And my brother, he, and I got to that point, and he repeated in a year in med school to do the pharmaceutical course, and I decided to go another path. I went alternative, where I would learn about nutraceuticals. So as I learn about nutraceutical, I remember my mother gave me a book in 1982. I think I was like just in my 20s. I just started college, Back to Eden. And I came full circle 20 years to realize everything in that book is exactly what is, going back to Africa, how we were treating people to stay a long, healthy life. And the brain and the heart is designed to go to about 120 and beyond years of it. So when I talk about the gut being the second brain, it is one of the most complex, I would say, I wouldn't even say mechanism, but creation of all time. Your gut biomes, the system of your gut. And looking at the book, I remember a few things that stand out. And I remember there was a lot of time spent. I think of all the whole book, there's about 15, 16, 17 pages on certain things that deals with the gut. Most of the stuff deals with the gut, but like, for instance, cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper was one of those that was there, and they spent a lot of time talking about cayenne pepper. And to realize cayenne pepper is one of the miracle healers of the gut, which we'll get into as we go. But the gut is the second brain. And whatever the gut wants, it dictates to the guy up top, the one you talk about this morning, the brain that, if you're not treating the gut right, that one will act up or make commands or do things like an attack on itself. So that's where stroke comes in. So what goes on in the gut, most of these diseases and stuff that we struggle with starts in the gut. And my mother used to say, life and death starts in the gut, which makes sense. So gut health has always been my focus, because I know if you keep your gut healthy, you will have a long longevity. You'll have a long, healthy life, and a life which is like vigorous, a life that is pain-free, a life that, you basically bouncing off the wall. At 60, you still feel like you're 30, that kind of life. So yes, that's why I focus on the gut, because without the gut health, you basically don't have any health. And as I was saying, it's a complex area. The body has about 5 trillion cells. Think about that, 5 trillion cells, the whole body. Each cell is as complex as an AMG souped up Hamilton Mercedes-Benz. The one they give when they fix up one and give to Lewis Hamilton. It's the most complex of them, the AMG. Well, that's each cells in your body. It's more complex than that Mercedes-Benz. And that's 5 trillion. Now think about this. Your gut, between the bacteria, the biomes, the parasites, and all the other things that are going on in the gut, there is 40 billion of those mechanisms going on, including cells. 40 billion just in your gut alone. So how much time that is over the 5 trillion cells? Sorry, 5 trillion, 40 trillion. Yes, trillion, 40. So obviously your gut has all of the operations, all of the mechanism, everything 4 times, 8 times what's in your whole body. So how important is your gut?
The gut is the basis. It's funny you mentioned you're back to Eden. Mine's is a little bit worn. My mom, this is my mom's, and she bought this in the 70s. Yeah. So I'm still hanging on to my mutt treasured copy of Back to Eden.
It's amazing. I've never seen someone who can hold on to things that long. I mean, I don't even know where mine is for the last 30 years.
See, some of us, we value the book, right?
I know.
And probably to the chagrin of every mover who's ever had to deal with me. I'll give away everything else, but I'm hanging on to my books.
To the precious books. I like that. I like that. You know.
Well, you touch on something that's very important, and a lot of times people don't realize. And so, how important is the chemistry in our systems? And we touched on why it's important to detox, and even what I've realized in my own personal journey, the fact that you not only have the toxins from the food that you consume, but believe it or not, the thoughts that you think when you're under stress, you
Right.
also release toxins that become toxic within your body that need to be detoxed from your cells. Maybe explain a little bit of that connection.
It's funny because yesterday I was treating a patient and there was a conversation that came up, and the brother was saying to me, yeah, you can say all of that and this and the fasting and so forth, but people will tell you they have to eat. I can't stop eating. My health depends on eating. And I'm saying I thought about that, and I said, yes, your health depends on eating. What kind of health? You keep eating. Think about it. We are inundated by toxicity from the air, just going outside and breathing other people's, skin that they release from their cells, dead skin, breathing toxic stuff from the farm, from the trees, people spraying their yards with pesticides. We're breathing all these things every day, plus eating more toxic foods than ever, because there's so much now put in the food that some of them you can't even call food, and your food's supposed to be your medicine, your food. So you're getting all this toxicity in your food, in the air, from the water, it's everywhere. And you are putting it in, day out. And it builds up. The toxicity build up. And these wonderful cells that I talk about that are more complex than a Mercedes-Benz, it have to be dealing with this. It's like, think about a clean Mercedes-Benz that every day you get up, you see more dirt, bird doodle sitting on there, like just clutter of bird doodle coming down on this Mercedes. So one day you go out there, you can't even see the Mercedes. All you see is a bunch of bird doodle, right? And you know how disgusting that is. I saw a car pull up next to me one day with all this bird crap on it. And I'm looking at it, I said, this guy's actually driving this car? But that's what's going on in some of our systems. We're putting toxin on top of toxin and doo-doo on top of doo-doo and doo-doo. Some of us have 25 pounds of doo-doo over the last 20 years that we haven't cleaned out of our system because we keep stocking and stocking and stocking. So in so doing, you're building up a toxic environment, and that's where the cells now start looking for survival. They're like trying to get from under all that bird doo-doo and saying, oh man, we got to survive. And guess what? You have some free radical cells in your body that left over from each atrophy of when cells die. Cells die so often, and then your body replenishes the whole cell system. And then there's those that hang around because they're kind of tough. They don't go anywhere. They call them ghost cells. We call them free radical cells, eventually becoming cancer cells. And those cells, once they see your good cells in problem and trying to survive, guess what they do? They're very intelligent. They go and make alliances. And that's how we see abnormal cell growth starting in our system. So it's very important to detox your system on a regular basis. Now, and that's simple. There's some simple way to do it. Water. I start with water in the morning. Every morning I get up, before I eat anything, it's a Japanese therapy actually. They drink about 600 milliliter of water. That's about a 20-ounce size bottle of a Coke. And they drink that before they do anything to just wash out toxins from yesterday. Just that's a simple way to start. There's other ways that I work with my patients, especially when they have those abnormal situation going on, like irritable bowel syndrome, which would lead to certain type of cancer, or they have colitis, which means colon inflammation, and all of these itis is toxin on top of toxin on top of toxin, that now the cells, whether it's in your joints, because a thing about gut is that when it gets too toxic and too overridden, then it start leaking. So the toxins start going other parts of your body. That's where leaky gut comes in. Your liver start breaking down. It's not cleaning the blood anymore. That's where certain cancer in the blood start happening. Most of the cancers we have start in the blood, but it's all toxins on top of toxins that create that situation. So the importance of detoxing is the most critical thing you can do. And you can do it through simple water, simple food fast, simple changing your whole livet. I don't say diet because you see the root word of diet, D-I-E, diet. So I say live-et. So when you come to me, I'm giving you a protocol of live-et. And you will be in shape. I mean, the funny thing about, detoxing your system and cleaning your system is that you don't have to go on a diet. You just live. You eat whatever you want, basically. But you do things in moderation, and you know how and what combination of food to eat. But I try to taste everything each day that I like. And not all the things that I like each day. But within a week, I'm still going to touch on all the things I like. And you'll be surprised some of the things that I like. And, when I get on these shows and I'm being interviewed by a vegetarian, I'm scared to say what I eat. Because the vegetarians, like when I get on with Chef Keedy sometime, I'm like, I don't know what I eat. Because I'm afraid I'm going to get chewed out. But I eat everything because I believe that, it's about a variety, and your liver should be very colorful, what you put in your system to fight. Because you don't understand 40 trillion cells of bacteria, parasites, good biomes, bad biomes, all the things that are cluttered, plus the E. coli and all the other things that are going on in there, plus all of the toxins we're putting in. That's not a pretty sight, is it? So you want to keep that clean, and you still want to do live it. You still want to live and enjoy and full joy, as the Rasta saying, liberty, liberty.
Well, it's so funny because, one of the things that you are right, you are a foodie. In fact, I have teased you and said, we really need to do a show, Dining with the Doctors. But more importantly, before we even get to Dining with the Doctor, we need to do a Shopping with Dr. Oliver segment, because Keedy talked about reading, what's in food, and Lord have mercy, anytime I have had the opportunity of watching you shop or dine, sometimes I see the frustration on the faces of the folks trying to service you, because you're asking, what is this?
Yeah, and
not prepared. What's in that? What is the chef using? What kind of oil? Is it extra virgin olive oil? Where did they source the oil from?
Exactly, and that's important. That's important. I think a lot of us have hurt ourselves, to the point of disease and death, by eating in places we have no idea how they prepare the food. I remember just the other day I was in London, and I walked into a beautiful West Indian place. There's a line, people, I guess it's a popular place in Leytonstone, London. And I can't, Leyton Highway. I want to remember, because I want anybody who's listening in London, but it's right down the street from one of my favorite spots called Pharmacy, spelled Farmacy. This is Leyton. And I just walked down, and I see all these beautiful fried things, the good fried dumpling from Jamaica, all this stuff that we love, but the first thing I have to ask is, what oil did you use? And the young man looked at me very, abruptly and like, what kind of question is that? I said, because it's very important to know what oil you're using, because, the all of that stuff you're looking at there, the mush, in Jamaica we call it flan flan. If it's not the right oil, you're going to create a system in your gut that is going to be very detrimental to your health if it's the wrong oil. That's just how important the oil is.
And to think of it, that so much of the oil is bad. The vegetable oil,
All of it.
all of it. I mean, they are nothing but poison.
Poison. All of those oils are poison. There's no such thing as vegetable oil. That's chemical oil. That's Rockefeller and his Goonies idea of transporting some of their petroleum oil into your system, just like in their medicine. That's why they form. Rockefeller started the $1,000 pill system for your gut and all these things, and thinking that he had a system where he's saying that he's going to set up where you're taking care of your health is going to be so expensive that you have to have an insurance policy all your life, just in case you get sick. Think about what health insurance is.
But see, what people don't understand is that's about business. Exactly. I keep saying is, why is it that you're allowing, but if you've been groomed to be a consumer, right? Then you are a consumer, and you allow other people to make you part of their business formula, whatever it is.
And they're
not in business to care about you. They're in business to care about profits for their shareholders.
Exactly. So that's where these oils come from. These oils come out of the same plan of the bottom line, which all my shareholders doing financially. You know what I mean? That's where these oils come from. So when Rockefeller started the whole medical thing, where in about 89 years ago, where they start going to the medical schools and telling them they got to teach this and sell these things, because that's what medical schools became after Rockefeller invaded. Become a salesman of pharmaceutical companies that he had started and owned. But not long after, he realized that cancer was on the rise because of these medicines. And he's the same one went out and formed the Cancer Society of America.
Wait a second. So the poison that's making people sick, now you go and create the organization that's supposed to heal you from the poison that's making you sick.
Right. And they're giving you more poison.
Actually pretty brilliant.
And they're giving you more poison on top of that. So it's very important for us as a people, especially my people, that Keedy eloquently put in his book, Afri-Amer, something like that. I was like, it's a good coin. You coined a good term. But not only are we slated to be extinct in their book, which Rockefeller, Ford Foundation, Carnegie, all of them, use their big dollars. I didn't realize how intricate, how deep this thing goes. That these rich men who talking about they're leaving their money, trying to get, Carnegie got rid of all of his money, his wealth before he died. But one of the areas that they focus on is how to get rid of Black people.
Not only how to, but they've invested dollars in funding foundation
programs
that focus on particular parts. When we talk about having groups to do deep dive research and form organizations and associations that can
eugenics organization. So many of them are part of that. But let's focus on us. So the reason why I mentioned that is because a lot of those medicines that they create, it's not for us. A lot of those pharmaceutical products is not for us. That's why we hurt so much when we take them. That's why our situation escalates. A lot of those things were even designed for white male. The efficacy for Black men is like less than 50% in some of these drugs. And then they create the high blood pressure medication, right, on another shelf. So when you go in and you get these little Indian or whatever pharmacist, blood pressure. And if one of the person is new and not know where to go, and goes over to where the white high blood pressure medication is. I said, no, not that one over there. That one is for his kind. But that's how they set it up. And blood pressure medication is a lie. It is a lie. You don't need it. As a matter of fact, if you take on a medication for blood pressure, what you're doing is rearranging your DNA, affecting your front lobe, destroying your gut biomes, the good bacteria in your gut, and on your way now to more leaky gut, more bleeding in your gut, and other diseases like diabetes and stuff will raise their head. And they love when you walk in there and you're stressed, getting there in a hurry or whatever. And the first thing they do, they take your blood pressure, they see that it's high. They love giving you those medicines. You don't, anytime you go to a doctor and he said to you, you need to be on blood pressure medication, say, doctor, I'll get back to you. Give me a call. I'll tell you what's the alternative so you can live and survive. But I've never experienced any of those things. My grandfather lived to 100, God rest his power. May he rise in power, lived to 100. My grandfather, brothers and sisters are all centurions. And, you know, my father, God rest his soul, he died in, you know, mid 80s, but he was a part of, you know, things that are beyond his control. He was basically a part, he was in the middle of the September 11th. He was working down the area when that happened that day. So he basically absorbed a lot of toxins that damage his system. He didn't know. We didn't know at the time anyway, because how detrimental a lot of these stuff that we were breeding. Because I went down there. I live right in Chinatown, outside of Chinatown. So 3 days after, I was allowed back in the city because I was in Philadelphia doing some business and I had to stay in Philadelphia for 3 days. And I went down there and I saw the thickness of the cloud. And I said to myself, there's so much toxin in this cloud that I know people are going to get sick. And I have to knock on wood. I think when I start cleaning up myself, you know, I would start doing the detoxing, not knowing that I'm cleaning out some of that toxin myself, because I said I breathe it myself. But the bottom line is this. As a people, when we go to these places, these pharmaceuticals and all these toxic drugs were not designed for us. And if we want to do well in business, I think one of the things that, like what I know you and I are working on, is a nutraceutical line that is going to detox you, build up your cells, rejuvenate. Basically, our program is going to produce youthful growth hormones. You know, I'm not saying that when I first met you a couple of years back, a few years back, that you didn't look healthy and fresh. But from the other day, I'm traveling back and forth and I'm running into you and I'm seeing you, we're hanging out. And I'm looking at you, like, Stephanie has like reversed. You know, she looks so much younger than the first time I saw her. And I know you're very, I mean, you're one of the few that religiously make sure you reverse a lot of those issues that you're having by going to the nutraceuticals. And you're a good example. I'm always awe in just if you stick with it, because not even me, you know, I'm so busy sometimes I don't stick with it. So when I'm on the road, that's why I end up in restaurants like those asking about the oil, because 99% of your health is how you prepare your food, and it's best to prepare it at home, you know. But being the nomadic physician that I am, I'm all over the world. And, you know, I see patients the other day in South Africa, you know, I'm getting called from them saying, you know, thank you. And their sugar is now normal and they're doing, you know, now before that I was in London seeing patient. I go into the hospital where they say they give people end of life care. They tell the family to give them end of life care. I go in there and I treat them and they're home. They went back home. They did. Even the wife is a little mad at me. Like, you know, I thought that was it.
You messing up people's collection processes. They already have plans.
I know. It's so funny because this wife was so adamant. Every time she comes there and see me walking out with my little tool, her eyes, she's mad. The day when he said he's going to be able to get out and go home, and this man has terminally ill prostate cancer that spread to his bones, in his legs and all those things. But I said to him, it's not time. So I did the detoxing. I used my oils. I basically use my energy medicine, bioenergetics, on his, just releasing his own what you call stem cell. So as a energy practitioner, I make sure your body is fine-tuned like that Mercedes-Benz, ready to heal itself, because none of those medications that they give you heals you. It's you preparing your body, because the body does the healing itself. People don't realize that. There's nothing in the pharmaceutical stores, there's nothing that a medical doctor can tell you that can heal. Well, the only thing he can tell you is that take care of your gut biomes, make sure it's healthy, so that your body, that's the center, and that's a machine, that's the engine of your body. Make sure that's healthy, and the body will do the rest.
But see, people don't realize that. And that's why mindset is so important as well. And so, we were discussing a dear friend of mine who recently was basically sent to, a final stage of life institution. And we had the opportunity to visit. And, during our visit, she was like, I really don't want to die. And so I kind of looked at her and said, well, then don't.
Exactly.
Stop it.
Stop thinking. Stop bringing it on. Stop. And these doctors, I think they should be shot on the spot when they look at a patient and tell them, oh, you're going to die. You have, a few weeks to live, and so forth. They should be shot. That's not something they should be telling any patient. If the patient that's up to the Almighty. If they're going to die in a few weeks, let them go home. Let them feel good. Let them feel like there's hope. Wherever they're going, they're going to be in a better place. But don't tell them they're going to die in a few weeks. And I remember seeing that lady, because you had called me about her, the one that was in the hospice. And, I saw her when I was in San Diego. And that woman is so full of life. And I remember a year ago, you told me that they gave her a short time to live because it's pancreatic cancer, which is a very serious cancer. And the stuff that I sent her from England, I know she used it and stuff, but you were saying there was some issues where her family couldn't take care of her. That's why they sent her to the hospice. But when she told me, when I was there with her in San Diego, and she told me the tumor went down, that's a good sign. Pancreatic tumor don't shrink. They don't get smaller. So I don't know why this doctor she was telling us about, sitting up in there, telling her when he comes next week, she's not going to be there. How wicked is that?
Right? Imagine that. I'm not going to set another appointment with you because you won't be here. Like, really?
Well, I guess he's right. She left. She left to her home.
And she said, yeah, you're right, buddy, but it ain't where you think.
It's not in a body bag. I'm not leaving here in a body bag. And that's what we do at 420. And I don't know if you mentioned that. We want, no matter what age you are, we want when you come to us, we clean up that gut and send you home to heal and to live well. So if you spend 2 weeks with us at 420 Wellness in Jamaica or in Africa, you are going to regenerate cells, your own stem cells, your own youthful hormones. All of these we're going to activate, because once we start with the energy medicine on you, it continues. It's like the sun. It rises every morning and go down in the evening. That's what energy is. My energy medicine is based on Africa energy medicine, where they used to send the elderly when they were sick. They used to wheel them out in the sun in the morning, early morning sun, to get that early morning sun, and then wheel them back in the evening. After 2 weeks, they noticed the elderly's wheeling themselves back in. They weren't going anywhere. So, we work with a system from Russia, because the Russians are very in tune with African medicine. Trust me. They're more in tune with African medicine than the Americans, and we are the ones who teach them some of our medicines, and they twisted it, add their chemicals so that they can get their patent, and Lion said they came up with it. They learned that from the African system. But that's another story and another show. We should do that, actually, with Kitty, because Kitty is very knowledgeable with this. But what we got to realize is that once we work on this gut here, we are now on our way. So we'll send you home. I had a 90-year-old when everybody's coming home saying this is it for her. And they were like, oh, they flying in from wherever. And she couldn't go to the bathroom for 21 days, so the hospital gave up on her. And the first week I dealt with her, she doodled for 7 days straight, nonstop, mess up her whole bed. And that woman lived to a centurion. All she had backing her up was toxic doo-doo.
This
It's amazing,
Doc.
Doc.
I love the discussion that we've had. I mean, I've learned so much. I think this morning, with Dr. Aubrey and Dr. Audrey, I got to get my A's correct this morning, but this has been wonderful.
Yeah, it's a test to make sure that you're paying attention, right?
Yeah. As long as you don't call me Audrey, I could deal with Aubrey and Aubrey, like her last name. But sometimes people have the audacity to say Audrey, and I'm like, the D is for the ladies.
No, I did not make that mistake. You have been wonderful. So
Thank you.
I'm going to kick it back over to Dr. Audrey. Let us know how to contact Dr. Oliver.
Exactly. So, Doc, how is it that you're having folks reach out to you? Is it through your social media, or you can always go to www.
Yeah, I'm a busy man with the thing.
wellnessjamaica.com.
Exactly, 420. 420 is the best way to reach me. I think we're going to set back up on 420 the page dealing with Dr. Aubrey Oliver.com.
Yes.
I think we had a page like that. But go to 420, because I believe that, once you come to our clinics, and I don't even call it clinic, once you come to our wellness center, you will not come there. And no matter how old they are, send them to us. No matter how much they give up on them, send them to us, because that's what we specialize in, the ones that they give up on. And so 420 Wellness is what you'd get those appointments, or just be able to reach me. Just leave a message there, 420wellnessjamaica.com.
Awesome. Well,
And I guess I would just add on the tail end of that is, Doc, you did throw out a compliment in terms of some of my transformation. And so I saw a friend of mine a couple days ago, and he said, "You looking pretty good." And I said, "I know." I said, "But let me tell you another fact. I am weighing the weight of my high school age, and I'm about to have my 40-year high school reunion." He says, "They're going to hate you." And I'm like, yes.
Awesome.
I tell you, this has been wonderful for both of you to be on with this fireside chat, wealth of information. Again, I'm all about applied knowledge. Anybody listening and absorbing this information need to apply it. You need to apply it. And if you have any problems applying it, you know who to contact. So this has been wonderful. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. All right, that was wonderful, and we need to continue to do everything we can to help our health and become a healthier society. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App on the screen below at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hello, everybody, and I am so glad that we are back. We're going to have an interesting discussion. But before that, I want to make sure that people that have not been with us this entire afternoon, that you're aware of what we're doing. So we want to welcome our business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations to the Black Business Network. And my name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And our next speaker is Dr. Audrey. She has spent over 3 decades of history as an entrepreneur, executive, and educator, sharing her insights with Fortune 500 corporations, nonprofits, and entrepreneurs seeking guidance to launch, grow, and sustain enterprises. Dr. Audrey earned both a Doctor of Business Administration and a Juris Doctorate degree and completed her doctoral dissertation on venture capital for independent filmmakers. So we're going to welcome her to the stage, and we're going to talk to her about what's making her special in today's wellness challenge. So let's welcome Dr. Steph Audrey.
Hey, Grant. Thanks for having me. How are you?
back again. I'm glad you are back. You've had two great discussions with some powerhouses in wellness. And you've done this. This was part 2. You did this part 1 even earlier in the week. But we want to focus on you. This is your opportunity to tell us about what is 420 wellness. What is that all about, and why is that important for you?
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. So I like to describe myself as an entrepreneur's entrepreneur. And really, it's because my entrepreneurial journey began when I was 9 years young. Around the same time that I told you I was introduced in the other segment to Back to Eden by my mother and the Soul Food Cookbook, and later the Holistic Health book. So my journey around wellness began that early. And then I remember when I was 14, there was a business that had gone out of business. It was an aquarium. And I was peeking through the window with my father. And I don't know why he asked me, he's like, well, what would you do with this particular space? And for some reason, I said I would turn it into some type of wellness space, right? And for some reason, as a young person, I was really aware of kind of people suffering, life, and all of that stuff. But the more important thing that I would say set my course was, as an only child, I used to spend a lot of time both going to business. And so my mother was early in commercial real estate. That wasn't originally my career path. She had both been in communications and then real estate. She changed into communications after being in real estate. So that seed was planted, but I was playing business, and as I often did. And so I had the monopoly money. My dolls were my customers. I knew I was doing 10 key by touch before I knew what that meant. And so on this one particular day, I decided that my business needed credit cards because we had gone out and I saw stores had credit cards. So I come home, find some index cards, carefully copy each logo. Then I need to plastic coat them. So I find my mother's photo album refills, cut them up, pin prick each letter and number. I'm really aging myself now because in the old days, you used to get an imprint to complete a credit card.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. So I just at the moment that I perfected my credit cards, my mother had been missing all day, but suddenly I perfect my cards and she comes into the room with what are you doing? And that what are you doing could lead to a couple of outcomes, right?
Yeah.
I quickly calculated I didn't want to whoop in about those photo album refills. So my answer better be brilliant. So I took a second and I said, Mom, I know what I'm going to be. She kind of let off a little nervous laugh like, okay, I'm waiting for it. This better be good. And I said, I am going to be an international business tycoon. She laughed. She was like, kind of relief because I think she was thinking, she was thinking if she's counterfeiting credit cards now.
Oh my God.
Like what next? I've got this child in the room thinking she can't do anything, but she in her counterfeit credit cards.
You can't spend those, but yeah.
What is she up to, right? So when I said international business tycoon, she did something. Her next statement was brilliant. She says, baby, tell me more. And I said, Mom, I see myself. I'm in the boardroom. I'm wearing a navy blue pinstripe suit. Everyone's paying attention to me. I'm leading the meeting. The San Francisco Bay Bridge is out the window. And, all of this detail, right? At that time, the then wealthiest man in the world was a Middle Eastern deal maker. And I was like, I'm going to be a deal maker. I wasn't sure what deals I was going to do, but I knew it was going to be international. Okay. Talk about planting that seed. So I was interviewed for a television show when I was about 22. And I had never told that story again. Since then, I've told it several times. But at that point, I hadn't told it again. So I was telling the story about that 9-year-old. And at that moment, San Francisco Bay Bridge out of my window, like I hadn't realized that I was living.
You're doing it.
That
Yeah.
9-year-old
That's
vision.
beautiful.
And that it was time to expand. So then I set out to expand my then business. At the time, I was in Oakland, located in Preservation Park. I expanded my business to Southern California and then structured a JV that allowed my company to have 8 offices, 400 employees. We were the largest Black backed multicultural advertising, marketing, communications agency in the world, at that time, right? And so again, I knew that I was aiming for a global business adventure, right? And then, as with many things, life things happened. So I took myself off the stage from the advertising business and decided that I really wanted to pivot into real estate development because I had been advising governments, I had been advising companies, and I really wanted to understand how to take the advice that I was giving to these particular, at one point I was advising, I was on a panel and an advisor to the National Conference of Black Mayors. I had given a keynote address as a young entrepreneur, kind of was cited as the young entrepreneur that told off the mayors because they were saying that they were going to do certain things. And I was kind of, holding them accountable to their statements. And so, people were like, she's a little firecracker and I said, well, then don't ask me, right? If you ask me to do something,
you're going to find out.
then I'm going to do it, right? With integrity. If you don't want my opinion, then don't ask for it. has been my premise, right? But fast forward. I moved into real estate development. Tragically, my mother died, I like to say prematurely at the young age of 48. And so the heartbreak from that experience allowed me to sort of take myself off the merry-go-round and decide, what did I really mean? Because my business had become very successful, sort of ahead of schedule. I hadn't had any time to invest in things like relationship, family, those things, because I was so busy working on building the business with the aim of retiring my mother early. That was kind of what had me on this pace. When she passed, I suddenly was so heartbroken that I really lost that enthusiasm. I was tired of making payroll. I was the youngest person on my staff. I was, kind of sick of managing adults who seemed like they couldn't manage themselves, if you will.
Yeah.
And so I took the time off to become a mother and, all of those things, and to really set the course for now. I set the intentions that I would raise my son before I went back into business, but I wanted to be competent in real estate development and venture capital. So I was going to spend the time while raising him as an executive. So I allowed myself to go back from being the entrepreneur to being an executive on somebody else's payroll for a moment, to take a breather, and then to start to set up the course. Well, believe it or not, planning and preparation is key, because sometimes you can have a fantastic plan, but market timing is not correct. And so you have to wait until there's sufficient market time and opportunity in order to execute those business plans. So what I trained myself over the years was I used to keep a business plan diary or journal, where if I identified a business opportunity, I would kind of summarize what I felt the opportunity entailed, but what I felt the market gaps included. And then I would wait to see if market timing and opportunities presented themselves in such a way that that business opportunity would be opportune. Sort of what happened with the current business, 420 Wellness Jamaica. I knew that I wanted to create wellness resorts, and I started.
Let me ask you this before you continue, because that's interesting. Are you Jamaican by descent?
No, I'm not.
But you're in Jamaica now?
No, I'm in the U.S. I'm in the U.S., but we're launching the wellness resorts from Jamaica as our first destination.
Help me understand that. So you're calling it 420 Jamaica. So there's got to be a connection there. So why Jamaica?
Well, I ended up studying the market for about 25 years. Actually, a little bit longer than that, because my son is 26, so almost 30 years. So when I was segueing out of advertising, one of my colleagues was in real estate development. And so they wanted me to do a development project in Jamaica, but I knew nothing about development. And they were working on a Hyatt property. And I felt that I wasn't quite ready and I was being challenged in business where I was very competent. So I didn't feel comfortable going into a situation where I lacked the technical expertise. And that's just me. I'm more interested in, I don't like to be, I'm not going to be a figurehead for someone. I'm going to be competent in what it is I'm doing. So I declined to pursue that opportunity, but I began to pay attention to Jamaica. So I was able to go and visit, and I began to kind of build my knowledge about that market. And when the opportunity presented itself, I was able to act quickly because of the investment in the knowledge of the market that I had done previously. I wouldn't have been ready had I not been investing in knowledge in that space.
No, that is beautiful. I'm glad you said, I hope our audience is listening, that you knew that you weren't, the timing wasn't right for you at that time to take on a role that you were not prepared to do. So you stepped back and got your research so that when you stepped into it, you were ready. I really like that. That shows a lot of poise on your part.
I think it just be, the thing for me is I was very interested as a young entrepreneur in what was required to create a sustainable organization. And at that time, the business, when I was 18, I had my first business as a full-time college student. I won a contract with the California State Library Association to set up the Second Start Adult Literacy Program, which was housed in the main library. And it was a RFP process, a request for proposal. So I went through a formal response to a request for proposal. And many people ask, how did you know how to do that at 18? And I was like, my mother saw the RFP, looked at it. She says, I think you can do this. So I did.
Yeah.
That's how you do it, right? And although I was not the first choice, I was the second choice. And for some reason, the first choice was not available when it came time to award the contract. So I won the contract fair and square.
Awesome.
And
great.
It was, that early foundation. But the company that I was looking at was IBM. And I knew that the founders had, been long gone. You have a company that lives over 100 years. So that was sort of, like you say, my case study. So I started off in business really saying, how do I create an organization that will go on and live 100 plus years?
Interesting.
And what does that require? And so by asking that, looking at business from that perspective, that really has informed my journey of how I've looked at capital requirements, capacity, and customers. It's kind of like the three big C's that I discuss in the beginning of trying to get to, is there a business opportunity here worth exploiting?
Well, you've got a framework that you work, and you've got a great experience that you then apply in what you're doing. So you've answered my initial question. So tell us more about 420 Wellness Jamaica. What business problem are you solving with this organization?
Oh, excellent. Thank you. So what I looked around as well is, again, understanding demographics. And in the US, the current demographics, the baby boomers, had been the largest generational cohort for the last 80 plus years, right, since World War II. And I noticed that organizations like Procter and Gamble, for example, built their entire business off of the life cycle requirements of those baby boomers. And so the products that they needed when they began to set up homes following World War II, to the products that the baby boomers need today, hence depends.
Right.
Right.
Diapers to diapers.
Just saying. So in recognizing that an organization could look at the needs that a group, a generational cohort would require, I too looked at the same landscape and said, boomers are a large generational cohort, but they're the wealthiest cohort, and they're living longer, and they're looking for tools and solutions to help them continue to live longer. And not everyone is interested in just traditional approaches to accomplishing those outcomes. In fact, many people had begun to explore alternatives. And so I too became aware of that. And then I had been advising some companies early on in the cannabis space because that became a big opportunity in the US. And I wasn't a cannabis user or consumer, so I wasn't really familiar with the product from the standpoint of a product. But what I began to see is medicinal applications, and that became really intriguing to me. Wanted to understand, and especially with the opioids and big drug, addiction to pharmaceutical drugs and all of those issues, I began to be interested in what will be an alternative to those types of, ailments and issues. And more importantly, how could I set myself up to live full life? And what was full life, right? 120 years and beyond. So I have started evaluating what would be things that I would be passionate about. And that's what became sort of the interest behind the wellness element. And how I bought the 420 in was I said, I really wanted to find a professional, a physician that specialized in the cannabinoid for medicinal use side, that I could gain some insight. And if I could gain some insight, perhaps we could create some unique experiences. So, from the standpoint of any other real estate developer, building hotels is, you know, a business model that exists. I created an asset class called Medi-Spatels. Medi-Spatels. Because in my mind, what I said is, I don't want to go to a hospital. I don't want to go to sick care. That's not even a place that I imagine healing. But if I had an ailment and I needed to go and heal, where would I want to heal? I'd want to be at a resort. I want to be on an island. I want to be, right? That's where I would want to be. And so I thought, well, what would be environments that I could create? Because I had many developers will say they create places either where people live, work, or play. Because I went into real estate development from the standpoint of being a mixed use developer. I said I create spaces where people live, work, and play. But then I decided that I wanted to add another element: live, heal, work, and play, because I wanted to create environments that not only, when I thought about planning, master planning, what I'm going to physically develop, that I'm considering the materials, that I'm considering the ventilation systems, that I'm considering the vegetation, the open space, that I'm considering all of these elements holistically, and how these physical built spaces could exist in an environmentally friendly manner, right? So that we're using technologies to minimize the impact on the environments. So that was already the foundation upon which. And then it was a matter of what was going to be my next product. So when you look at my organization, what I'm in the business, I'll give you some examples. So the part of my business is very much like McDonald's, meaning that a lot of people think that McDonald's is in the business of making hamburgers when McDonald's is a real estate company. McDonald's controls some of the most valuable commercial real estate in the world. The franchise sits on top of that business. So there's two different businesses there.
So that is intelligent information. So you're understanding, we're on the consumer side, we just think we're just walking in there ordering burgers and fries, and they see the logo and that's McDonald's. But you're just telling me from the business aspect, they're a real estate developer. Like, wow, you think of it like that.
They own their REIT, their real estate is what gives their business a certain set of value. Then second to that, their operating franchise model creates another set of value, right? So then, and then the technology that they use to operate their franchises is another asset of value, because every business, I learned very early on. I was building computers when I was 15 at UC Berkeley, microcomputer electronics, and decided that I wasn't going to be a techie, but I was always going to be tech able, right?
Right. Now it's smart. You got to understand it.
And so I've been a closet techie and a closet kind of finance whiz all my life. And so that's helped me to figure out a business, because if it doesn't make no money, if it doesn't make a profit, it's not a business, and it's not sustainable, right? So I would have to back into my businesses from that standpoint. Very early on, I understood that if we don't get to the bottom line, then hence why they call me Dr. Money, because that became my focus, not only from the consulting side, but to the execution of the various business plans that I created as well. So with 420 Wellness Jamaica is about wellness resorts, but it's not just about these physical spaces. It's about curating the experience. So when you come to our resort, unlike going to a traditional, Marriott or whatever, they're focused on RevPAR based on revenue per night. We are all inclusive. So you stay with us a week minimum at a time. We sell weeks. And those weeks are all inclusive because they're aimed at helping you to understand what might be happening. Wellness. We say that we want you to escape, evolve, and elevate. That is what you're going to experience.
Evolve, elevate.
Elevate.
Yeah.
Yes. Mind, body, and soul. Because we know if we help you get your gut health and alignment, then that's going to take care of you physically. And if you get your gut health in alignment, that's going to create space for emotional healing. A lot of times we're suffering emotional trauma. That's the stressors and those triggers that show up that end up creating the toxins in our body that are not there because of other physical conditions, right? And then we know that if those two things are in alignment, then you can get to your ancestral assignments, because we all have a purpose here. And so what is that real purpose about? It's not about the job title that you hold. It's about the gifts that you've been bestowed with, those talents that you've been given that are available for a greater cause, a greater outcome. So my talents have been, years ago, many ministers told me that my ministry was about economic development because I came up with several brilliant solutions. I was solving business problems when I was 19 and 20 before I had the so-called credentials that validated that genius. It was God-given genius that people recognized. They were like, you're a little business prodigy, right? I'm like, yeah, okay. And so in order to have succeeded, I had to also develop my mindset, because I was a visionary. I'm still a visionary and futurist. I see 10, 20 years in advance of what most of my colleagues see. And so I have to always kind of put that in perspective. An earlier conversation with Keedy, which I want to make sure that I bring into our conversation, is the over $2 trillion opportunity. I'm assembling a group of businesses, entrepreneurs that would like to learn more about how they could participate in those opportunity for a trade mission that I'm going to be doing in October of this year. And then I'll also have some dates for early next year, 2024. But we're going to some of the locations where we are acquiring sites and opening up wellness resorts. I probably have, if I look at our pipeline, about 30 different locations overall in our pipeline.
Good.
So our locations in Jamaica are our first strike. So we have areas opening up this year in Jamaica. Season in Jamaica begins in December, high season.
Yep.
So we'll have locations open, and then we're going into, we have London, we have Africa, we have Senegal, we have Kenya, we have Uganda, we have South Africa. We have probably 10 more countries in Africa beyond that. We have the rest of the Caribbean. We have Trinidad. We have, we have Italy. We have France.
Let me ask you this, because I'm curious now. I think I'm getting the model in my head. I'm starting to see your vision. I'm starting to see this location and this resort basically of healing. But is it affordable? How, is it affordable for the average person, or is this more of a concierge type of location? Is it for the super rich? Is it for the middle class? Help us understand that.
Well, come on, Grant. Now, what is the value of the Black dollar in the US? Yeah, it's affordable. You pick. What do you choose to afford? Absolutely. You get one body.
Yeah.
So what is the value of that body? Can you go buy another one? Well, I be careful because somebody will say, yes, I'm already putting a payment plan down on the
Not go there.
All right.
You
So
can get some new body parts. Let's put it like that.
Right. So let me ask this. If I think about how much most people spend each day at Starbucks, yeah, you could defer some of those Starbucks and decide to invest in your wellness. So wellness weeks begin in the range of about 5,000 for a week. Remember, that's all inclusive. That includes your accommodations, that includes all the ground transportation, that includes your meals, that includes your treatments, which includes massage, cell regeneration therapies, the yoga, the meditation, that includes your experience.
No, that's one of, I want people to put that into context, because just like if you were going to visit the pyramids or something like that, it's going to cost you around the same amount of money. If you're going to go to London, you're going to have that one big event that you want to save up for, to have, it's on your bucket list type of thing, right? But you got to look at, where are you at now in your healthcare journey? Where are you at? And do you really need this rejuvenation? Because that's what I kind of heard. Like, you get to that certain point in time, I need a recharge. I need a complete recharge, and that's going to take 5 to 7 days to, and I'm starting to love what you're saying. Like, all right, maybe I need to go out and make one of these credit cards that you were making, you were 9 years old. No, but on the real tip, right?
We allow you to put your wellness week on layaway, if you will, kind of make payments towards your plan, just like you would do a cruise.
Sure.
You would plan your cruise, you make payments on it. By the time you show up at dock, your cruise is paid for. Everything that you need, is taken care of. Your flight is outside of, or you pay for your flight separately, but then our package includes everything else. So I tell folks, all you have to do is land either at Kingston or in Montego Bay, and we got you from there for your whole experience, and then returning you back to the airport. And trust me, it's all VIP, first class. You're going to love it. The people who have come have had things like, one of our guests came and she was wheelchaired to us. We picked her up in Kingston in a wheelchair. She left walking. All right.
Yeah.
Walking.
Yeah.
Then met us in Vegas walking. Right. And so Doc is not playing with his treatment protocols. And as my friends who've watched me transform my own wellness over this journey, I can attest that I'm walking proof that what it is we're offering is working. I didn't imagine that literally 2.5 years ago, I would be back to my high school weight.
That says a lot. Okay, we'll give you a little clap for that. Like, okay, that says a lot.
Muscles, looking. In fact, so much so that my son has said, we're gonna have to call. People are calling him my brother. He's like, because he said he sees their face. They're like, when I say my son is 26, they're like, the math that I was doing doesn't quite work. That math is not working.
Yeah.
And so, but I have set the intention, thanks to the guidance and input of Dr. Oliver, to be the fastest woman running the 100-meter dash and the long jump at 120. So, hey, so, you got to set some intentions. And so this is really what we're talking about, is creating a tribe of folks who really say, yeah, why not? Why not take on the ideal of living full life? And why not invest in it? Because guess what? Grant, you look around and see what kind of cars folks are driving. Shoot, I know people that spend $20,000 on a purse.
Yeah.
And if the purse, I used to say, if it's on your AZZ, it definitely is not an asset. So just saying. So can you afford it? I don't think you can afford not to invest in your wellness. Absolutely. you would have to get your car tuned up, wouldn't you? Hey,
Yeah.
you spend $50,000, $30,000 on the low end, if you can, on a vehicle. What do you have to do with it? Do you
Oh,
have to buy
that's just
tires?
a
Do you
terrible
have to do
investment. But yeah,
maintenance?
yeah,
Do you have to take it into, you know,
all the time.
all the time, right? Or what happens with that vehicle? It's not going to give you the full performance. So you want a luxury vehicle, but you want to spend $5 on your body. I had somebody tell me that they needed to get hardwood floors
Yeah.
as opposed to getting a cleanse for
Well,
their
you're
body.
talking about extending your life. So how do you value your life and your life experience? How do you value your health? Because as I've been listening to you, I've been listening to your guests, I've been listening to you earlier in the week, and I've been in healthcare. I work with a lot of people in healthcare. And what you understand is that the healthcare world is really a sickness industry. They help, they work on you when you're sick. They don't work on you when you're, well, when on your way to being sick. They got nothing to do with, so this is the problem, that you're consuming all these different ingredients and well, it's not even nutrition that's causing you to be sick. So that's the question. Like, if you spent 20, 30 years with these bad eating habits and these bad living habits, then you're like, all right, you come to a realization of that, which is a lot of people, probably 95% of us, like, you know what, you're right. There's something here that is a mess. I don't need to be on all these medications. I don't want to get to that level where all of a sudden, in order for me to function, I'm going to take 10 to 12 pills a day. You don't want to get there, that type of thing. And you need to understand all these things that are referring you. So is it worth, if you're making 5, 6, 7 figures and you're not going to take time out to reinvest in your own health care? That's important. So I'm with you on this.
Oh, it's true. I mean, people talk about, if we were to think about some of our favorite sports, legends, LeBron James, how much does he spend annually on just his body so
Yeah.
that he can perform at his peak level? Listen, top performers, no matter who you are, top performing CEOs have leadership coach. Now the new status symbol for the billionaires is their body. No more, they don't need any more yachts. They don't need any more. So the news circuit, when you see the Jeff Bezos and all of this, their shirts off, showing their abs, cut up figures, because they recognize, it's sad that when I share our business model, sadly, with some of my folks, they're like, well, I don't know. I don't understand. I'm like, well, look, in Europe, they've been spending money on these types of solutions for forever. This is not a new concept.
Right.
My approach, the Medi Spa Tel, is a new concept. And the fact of how we're bringing this together is a new concept. The idea that if it were that you advanced along your life cycle journey and say you needed memory care support, would you rather go be on a bed in a little facility looking at a little 13-inch TV with somebody else on another bed beside you? Or would you rather be on a resort having somebody bring you nutritionally dense phytonutrients, having fun, you dancing, able to laugh and party, live your best life? Like, basically, there's another organization that coins itself as the happiest place on earth. We're going to basically give them a run for their money too, because we plan to be the happiest place, to the 10th power around the globe, in that you're coming to escape, evolve, so that you can elevate. That's what we're
and
delivering.
stay elevated. I like that. Stay elevated.
Stay elevated. Yes.
Oh my God, this is so important, because you hear about in our community all the time, food deserts. You hear about how we're unhealthy and that maybe some of this was done on purpose. And we've got to change that dynamic. It's up to us to be intentional about being as healthy as we can. I'm glad you brought up, like in our sporting arena, like the LeBron James or all these other different athletes, and how they have to maintain top performance, and look at what their diet consists of. And you're like, wow, I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that. And how your body is engineered and what's important for it to operate. And I want everybody to go back to what I said earlier. Typically, the healthcare realm, they're not, especially in the US, I can't speak for the rest of the world, they're not in the business of wellness. They're in the business of taking care of you when you are sick. Well, you want to, you know what I'm saying? Just understand the incentive. Their incentive, like, hey, you coming to sick, we got to fix you. We're gonna get paid. They don't get paid if you're not sick.
Exactly. That's their model, is dependent upon you being sick. And so think about that. And so, and think about, when we talk about any business, the first thing I ask is, who are your customers, your primary, secondary, and tertiary customers? And is your customer base sustainable? Well, guess what? If you can make sure that your customers are consuming crappy food, then you put them on a pathway to ending up at the door of sick care. And guess what? If you own a little bit of the food supply, and you own a little bit of the sick care company, and a little bit of now that's sustainable. I can create generational wealth. That doesn't even require brains. That's not even requiring genius. That's just a basic business model here. And if the customers buy into the commercials that help to convince you that you need to take every drug, I'm like, I don't know how people sit up here and consume commercial TV.
Yeah,
I can't stand to sit in front of, like, within 20 minutes, you've seen 10 commercials about 10 different drugs. And by the time they list all the different things, I'm like, you're convinced.
Oh,
you need
no, I got it. This is a pet peeve. I don't understand how you sit there and see this beautiful crafted commercial, and they're running down the beach and they're talking about this kind of medication. And then they say, oh, by the way, all these different things could happen to you if you take this stuff. You're like, what?
That part. I'm like, see, you had me at that part. Once you start this, I'm like, yeah, that would be a no for me. I'm saying no. So you want me to play Russian roulette with and you want me to pay you?
Yeah.
That other part.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I don't understand that. And I'm not a physician. Why am I recommending for myself to take this drug that supposedly is going to work for me? Oh, by the way, it could make me, infirmed, and I'll be, not talking very well. Who knows? But that's the pharmaceutical industry. We need to become more aware and get the information, and then apply the knowledge and work on being well to improve our healthcare. Like you said earlier, I love that. Why are you spending $20,000 on a purse if you haven't even spent $200 on your own wellness?
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, well, great, your heirs or somebody's going to get all those things, but you'll be, on the spiritual side, you'll be on the other side. So, what's really more important in terms of the value and the intentions that you can offer? Having lost my mother early, I knew in the situation for my own son that I didn't want him to have a sick parent at 60, 70, 80. So I decided to reset my own wellness for my own, desires to be able to be mobile and active and engaged in the world, right? I'm like, when I think about what I want to be doing the next 60 years, I'm going to be dancing as many hours as I can. I'm going to be dancing. Yeah, I'm going to be yachting. I'm going to be running in competitions around the world. I'm going to be partying, all night long, having fun, living the best life that I possibly can, enjoying myself, and hopefully inspiring others to do the same.
That's the thing. People think, oh, I'll be 100, but I won't be, I'll be almost bedridden. And that's what you don't want. You want to be fully functional.
I don't have no time for that. I don't have no time for that. I tell people, if you want to move, the best way to keep moving is to keep moving. So get busy moving and you will keep moving.
Oh, man. Wonderful advice. So All right,
But on the business
I'm bought in, right? So how do I go to the 420 Wellness Jamaica? How do I get there? What do I got to do?
So first thing, go to www.420wellnessjamaica.com. That's our website. That will give you information about our locations. You can join our mailing list. You'll hear about upcoming destinations. We are adding some updates because a few new locations that I'm scouting and securing we're in the acquisitions process as well. So I'm adding new information. So definitely join our website. If you'd like to send an email, it's bookings@420wellnessjamaica.com. And so that allows you to, send an email. If you're interested in our business development trip to some of our locations and you want to learn more about that, shoot me an email through bookings@420 Wellness Jamaica, and I'll be able to share more information about that. But also, if you're wondering about what it would take for your business to be poised to go global, or how your business can reposition itself for even growth right now in domestic markets, I encourage people to go and get my book, Show Me the Money, the 9 P's to Profit. It's a book that I wrote back in 2012 following the Great Recession. And the pundits were just talking about doom and gloom. And I was sitting here saying, wait a second, I'm over here having conversations with billionaires, the leaders that I, network with because of the organizations that I've been a part of. And we're not having the same conversation. We're talking about how while you guys are looking at recession and running, we're looking at opportunity. We're getting our checkbooks ready because we're getting ready to go on a buying spree. We're realigning our books because we're getting rid of dead weight. Employees that we wanted to release, a recession is the perfect way to get rid of dead weight out of your organization and reposition so that you can be strong, pivoting in another direction. So it's just important that we understand business and what real business is all about, and how to create a business. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with creating a job. That's a great first step. But if you got to show up every day in order for that business to produce an outcome, then you're not quite where I would like to see you be. You've created a job. That's fabulous. But when you create a business, that means that it's going to function whether you show up or not. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you create sustainable generational wealth. And if you have a business and it's not poised for that type of sustainability, then now is the time to make those adjustments. Because guess what? It's only going to be of value if someone else is willing to acquire it or invest in it to sustain it.
Man, that is great advice. I want everybody to know that we're at the top of the hour. This has been wonderful. Thank you for being with us this Sunday. This has been wonderful. Everything that you're doing, we need to really, really think about everything that you have shared this morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity and the conversation, Grant. It's been my pleasure.
Absolutely. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Take care.
Wow, she is amazing. I encourage everyone to take her up on her offer, at least take a look at it, because everything she talked about today is super, super important. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash app that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them. What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about True Self. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Did you know women represent just Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Attention all.
Hello, I'm Dr. Keonda Smith. I'm an educator, a practitioner.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And I want to say good afternoon. It's been a great morning so far. We're deep into the afternoon, and we're talking to a lot of different people and sharing a lot of great information. So, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, I want to welcome all of you to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Trisha Brown of Secure Insurance Services. She is a very hard worker in her line of expertise of service, which enables assistance to customers, allowing them to make the best choices suitable for their requirements as well as their insurance needs. As a business owner, she has gained the respect of both her company superiors as well as her clients. I want to welcome Trisha Brown to the Black Business Olympics. There she is. You're on mute right now.
Thank you for having me today. I'm excited about being here to talk about insurance and how I can help in the community.
Well, this is a very, very, very important financial vehicle to help in our community. So I'd like you to introduce yourself again and tell us why you chose insurance as your business.
Well, my name is Trisha Brown, and I'm a native here in Mebane, North Carolina now. I'm actually a native of North Carolina, I should say. I moved to Mebane last year, built my house here, and opened my office here, and I've been here ever since. So how I got into insurance was kind of just, I felt like it was like my glitch. I wanted to find something that I could do to help people and that could educate me and my family as well. And insurance is one of those vehicles that allows you to do that.
Well, give us some understanding. I mean, just talk to us about in your experience in the community when it comes to insurance. And there's all kinds of insurance, whether it's home insurance, there's life insurance, there's car insurance, there's all kinds of different insurances. But help us understand, why this is important and why somebody should want to do business with you.
Well, insurance to me became personal, and I'll give you a little background about that. I lost one of my siblings, and she didn't have any insurance. So it put us in a very compromising position because at that time you're going through the grieving process, you don't think about the business side of it. And insurance goes hand in hand with how your life is going to deal with issues and how your family is going to deal with issues. So that kind of gave me the will to want to look and understand more why insurance was very important. Because coming from a family that was poverty stricken, we really didn't have much education on how insurance will work for not only us, but for the next generation. So it was kind of personal for me, that hit home, that got me into being interested in insurance.
That's so important. We've heard it over and over time. You'll be on social media and you'll get that GoFundMe page, right? GoFundMe, my loved one has passed, but we cannot afford the services. And that's very, very unfortunate. I think we've kind of lost something in our generations, because I can remember that my mom had taken out insurance on me and my brother. With Prudential Insurance. I remember that. I remember we used to look at this policy thing and we thought it was kind of cool. You open up like a little wallet or something. But that's something that happened. This is it for me. It was in the 1970s. Here we are in 2023, and we are not doing the basics as certain as certain people do is that, especially when you have children, one of the first things you do or should do is take out insurance on them. So even though you're a young person, and even as you get older, you should always have some kind of life insurance. And then talk to us about, because some people are like, well, I can't afford it, but talk to us about how it's an investment over time and that you can really benefit from life insurance.
You really can benefit. It's totally different policies. But if you talk about, if you want to look at a universal policy, a lot of time when people say, or a whole life policy, that's what builds income. So you take out a policy on your child when they're very small. As that child gets older, as that policy is, as you keep it, it builds income for you, because the policy will be worth later more than what it's worth today, because it gains cash value as you keep the policy. So a lot of people have used that money for emergencies. You could borrow against your policy. They have benefits that you can use while you're living. It's called a living benefit. And then some people, you hear now a lot of people on TikTok or YouTube talking about the universal policies where you can put your money in there and then borrow it back without being taxed. So it's so many vehicles to using insurance. It just depends on each person individual. And that's why it's so important for us to consult with people on every level, because you can't offer every insurance policy to every person, because it's not one size fits all. Some people's needs are very basic. Some people, their needs are, more vast. So you have to consider each person and their personal thing. Because the one thing we want to do when we put you in a policy is take care of you and your family. That's what's more important to us, that we put you on a policy that takes care of your needs, and everybody's needs is different. But
very true, very true. And it's got to be affordable, and looking at it not as an expense, but as an investment. It's got to be very, very influential. So give us an understanding, like, even let's just say if somebody was talking to your family before your loved one passed, what kind of conversation would you have had with them that could have helped them over time to avoid, a financial pitfall?
That's a very good question. So they could have gave us a very basic policy, because insurance is not to enrich you, but it's more so to cover your expenses. So at that time, we were so young that we hadn't built wealth yet. So just a very basic policy would have covered my sister's funeral. It would have covered, for everything that we would have needed at that time. It probably would have cost us less than $10 a month to have her covered, because she passed away at 33. So that's very young in insurance years. The policy could have been very affordable. But when what you don't know, you can't do. But as we get older and we learn knowledge, we can share that knowledge with other people and be able to stop them from going through the same hardship that we went through. So
I agree with you. I totally agree with you on that. Education, information is important, and we've got to drive that home. And help me understand this, because you just pointed something out. 33, very young.
Very young.
As you get older, the insurance policies that you are eligible for can change as far as benefit and cost. Talk to us about that.
Yes. Well, just like I went and seen this couple, because I do go out in the field and do consultative sales as well as in the office. But it was one couple in particular that I went and spoke with, and they're kind of in the where they retired, but they feel like they want to leave their family more insurance. And in this case here, it was nowhere to go, because her husband had already had so many scrolls, and he was already, at a point where he was what we consider to be insurable. Or you go on something where when they say you're insurable, that means that you're paying the highest cost and you have to live out 2 years for that policy to pay. In that case, it was no sense of us moving her from what they already had over to another policy, because what she had is what she would have been better off keeping. So we're not just here to sell you insurance, but we want to educate you, and we can tell you the right thing to do for you and your family. Because the worst thing you can do in insurance is to sell somebody a policy and then something happens and it don't work the way that you told them that it was going to work. So in her situation, her husband already became insurable, but they had enough liquid assets where they could pay for his funeral. So it was no need for them to buy insurance from me. But that's a case that can happen as we get older. Life changes, you get older, you can get sick and things happen. You may not be insurable, or you may have to pay the highest rate. So while you're young and healthy, that's when they encourage you to buy insurance. So it's something that you can maintain for over your lifetime. And that's why whole life is the best policy.
That's interesting. I want help us understand. A lot of us, we have jobs. So, and typically when you sign up for benefits, there's a insurance there, whether it's health insurance, it's life insurance. You pick all those things, and you just go to work, and you don't really think about it till, unfortunately, the day that you might actually have to use it. Help us understand the difference between like term life, whole life, and then insurance you get on your own outside of your employer. Because if you lose your job or something like that, then you probably lose your benefits.
Good question. So when you think about the type of insurance you're offered through your employer is mostly going to be term, because term means that it's for a certain amount of time. That's what term means for people that's not familiar with the insurance terminology. When they say a term policy, you may can keep that policy for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, but it builds no cash value. But if you live past that time, then that policy goes away. Or like what you was asking me, if you are on a job and you lose that job, then your policy normally goes away. If it's life insurance, it's normally going to go away. So that's why we say it's term. So while you're young and working, you still want to secure a policy outside of your company. So if your career change, or like me, you decide to go independent, that you already have your insurance needs in place, and you're not buying it at the highest rate, because you may be 50 when you decide to leave your corporate job. Or you may end up getting sick and have to leave your corporate job. A lot of people want to retire with corporate, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you want to be prepared that if something happens where you have to leave against your will or voluntarily, that you're insured at the lowest rate, because these insurance rates can get very, very expensive, where it's unaffordable for the average person. So that's why it's so important, and we stress so long that when you're healthy and you're in your best shape, buy insurance, because it's going to benefit you in the long run.
I want you to say that to the top. You gotta understand, like, if you smoke, you drink, you have a certain lifestyle.
Yeah.
And that these insurance companies, man, you knowing how the insurance companies work, they obviously, they're making money, but they don't always want to always have to pay out. So it's a risk. So they do risk assessments on you, right?
Yes, because when you go to the doctor, and I don't know if a lot of people wear this, when they go through those exams and ask you your weight, your height, do you smoke, do you do this, all that stuff goes in what's called the MIB. And what that allows the insurance companies to know is everything about your medical history. So that's what we call when you're rated. And when you're rated, that means you won't pay, like get a preferred rating. You will be rated at the highest rate or higher rate. So everything that you go into the doctor for is already reported to the insurance industry. So it's not something you can hide from, because we're going to consider that to be pre-existing. And pre-existing means anything you've been diagnosed with before you went into, before you got that policy, it may not be covered. So you have to be aware of that with buying insurance. Every single thing is just like if you go and buy car insurance and you got a DWI, or the car has already been wrecked, you're going to get the highest rate. And that's the same way you have to look at life insurance. We don't have to worry about that no more with health insurance, but with life insurance, is definitely different.
That is so important. We need to understand these nuances and begin to think about, wellness and what you're doing. Now, help us understand this, because this could, I've heard this in certain policies, could reduce your life insurance payments if you've enrolled in a gym, or you're doing things that are healthy, and they can see that. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, sometimes. Especially with insurance companies, the medical field, because with the health insurance companies, they have all types of incentives that they want people to stay healthy. Because of the Affordable Care Act, which a lot of people call it Obamacare, they no longer underwrite. And what that means is they no longer can ask you health questions. As long as you buy during the open enrollment, then you are qualified for insurance. So for them to try to help you to stay healthy, they give you incentives and gift cards and all kinds of things in order for you to go to the gym, in order for you to eat healthy. Everything you report gives you points where the company is sending you out gift cards or discounts or something like that in order to offset the cost of you going to the doctor. Because I was talking to my friend the other day, and we were saying that 1 ounce or 1 day of prevention is better than 100 days of recovery.
Yeah.
If you can do one thing to help your health before you get sick, it's better than 100 days of recovery. So that's what the insurance company look at it, is to try to keep you healthy, give you an incentive to want to be healthy. So I hope that answered your question.
No, it answered it precisely. We want our audience to have a good, well-rounded understanding of the insurance world and their play in this. What can they do to maximize these types of policies, or understanding is when they want to get a policy. The number one thing I want us to get across is you need to have an policy.
You do.
Really not. It's like when you buy a car, they make you get car insurance. You can't leave the lot without car insurance. You
Right.
have to pay, right?
Right. It made me think about another type of policy I wanted to mention too. And this is a policy a lot of people don't know about, but is if you're the primary person that takes care of your income in your house or whatever, and something happens to you where you cannot work. A lot of times, people can go into bankruptcy or whatever, but we have a policy that's called critical illness, where they pay you every day that you're out of work, instead of you not getting a paycheck or have to wait on workers' comp, because all that stuff takes time, or work on unemployment. If you got a critical illness policy, it pays you every day that you have to be out of work. So that may sustain you during the time that you're healing, where you don't have to get right back to work.
Are you eligible right away for that? Or it could be a rider that's a part of your policy? How does that work?
It's actually a separate policy, a critical illness policy, but it's underwriting. So you do have to be pretty healthy in order to be approved for that type of policy. So like my sister got in a car accident, and it was no fault of her own, but she was out of work for 3 months. She had more income from that 3 months by being out of work than if she went to work every single day. It sustained her whole family during that time, and she didn't have to worry about going to work because the checks was coming directly to her. And even if you're working and you can get workers' comp, but it takes time for all that paperwork to be processed. You may not have the savings to sustain your family during that time. So critical illness and policies like that is what will help you to get through that time. So you can have life, you have critical illness, you have health insurance, medical insurance. So those three policies go together to work for the good.
So help me understand, like cost wise, if you got this critical illness policy for the average person, what are you be talking about out of pocket per month?
Less than $20.
Oh, wow. I want everybody less than $20.
Less than $20 a month. It could be cheaper than that. It's all about age and your health. But normally it's less than $20. Those policies are not very expensive at all.
And what do you have to do to qualify for it?
Just answer simple health questions. You can't have any existing illnesses. And I mean, like, major, what we consider major medical, like you can't have heart problems or stroke or cancer or things that are considered to be chronic illnesses. Those things, you won't be qualified for those policies.
A lot of people were concerned because of COVID, and that a lot of people got COVID. Is that would COVID be now considered, some kind of a past ailment or illness that could affect, your future life insurance? Have you found that? Is that a myth or what?
Yeah, it is. They do ask you those questions. Yeah, it is. Which is sad. I mean, because it was a pandemic, but with life insurance, they just want to know the bottom line. Are you healthy or not? And what's your weight? Because even you can be on no medications, but if you're overweight, that's still going to affect your premium with life insurance.
And how do they know that? So do they come out to your home? Do you go to their home to assess them, or how does that work?
It kind of depends on what type of policy you're buying. So it goes back. You remember we were talking about earlier, the MIB, where the doctors report everything. When you go in for your yearly physical and they weigh you and they check your blood work and they run all these tests, well, they report all that to what's called the MIB. And the insurance companies can look at that and see anything that you told the doctor. But also, if an agent like me come out and write the policy, we ask you your weight. And, you know, some people are honest, some people not. You know, it's up to the individual, but just depending on how overweight you are, you could be declined for coverage. You may be uninsurable, and you may have to buy a policy that we consider to be high risk, which can be more expensive. It may not be affordable for the average person.
So what if you don't get a yearly physical? Do you then require physical? What happens?
No, well, it depends on the policy. Anything over 150,000, you would need a physical. But you can get just a basic policy, anything under $100,000, and they don't require a physical.
Okay. You know, a lot of people are like, all right, I'm thinking about it. You know, some people are like, you know, I need to understand all these little things. I need to check that box.
Yeah, if you're feeling ill, just get some insurance first.
Get it before it gets you, right?
Because if you once you go into the doctors or the hospital, you will have that report.
What does MIB stand for?
The medical, it's like the medical board. I can't tell you the exact definition. Let me look at it. But it's just like when they report to the credit bureaus, but this is for medical. I forgot the abbreviation.
Oh, about that. Wow. So
yeah,
you get any kind of medical, if you went to your emergency care, anything is recorded.
The minute they ask you all those questions, that's not just for the doctor, that's also for the insurance company. Because if you come back to a doc with a diagnosis, the first thing people want to do is insure themselves so that their family could be okay. And that's what it prevents. So it's like, even if you went to the insurance company, once they come back with your medical records, then they would probably return your premium and cancel the policy.
Whoa. Or you don't want to find out, like I said, something happens and you think you're eligible for a benefit, and then find out, you know, you're not. You know,
right?
That's
right. Because we live in a digital world, so everything is is going to be reported. You know, that you went to the doctor for.
Okay, so this is interesting. I think we found out, number one, we all have to have insurance, no matter if you're a newborn all the way up to your older age. You need to have some kind of coverage. And then you need to speak to someone like yourself so you understand your options.
Right. Because you want to buy the right policy for you. Because these policies is intended to cover you for a lifetime. So you don't want to buy the wrong policy, because as you get older, the insurance is going to be more expensive, and you don't want to have to drop the coverage because it's not financially doable. Mm-hmm. So buying the right coverage for you and your family will save you from years of hardship. Like I don't want what happened to me and my family to happen to anyone else, where you have to deal with mourning. And then you also have to deal with, you know, being on the mercy of people. And it's so prevalent today that people just don't give like they used to. GoFundMe's don't really raise as much money as they used to. Mm-hmm. It used to be people will come together and help you, but because people have used that tool so much, people have, you know, become desensitized to it. They no longer feeling sorry, because like everybody should have insurance. And we understand for the ones who cannot afford insurance, we're not talking to you. We're talking about people that haven't made it a priority and can't afford it. Because some people just simply can't afford it. So those people we're not talking to. We're talking to the people who can't afford it but have not thought about making it a priority, not only on your job but outside your job. Have all those policies except for health insurance. If they offer it through your employer, you don't need it. But critical illness, sometimes you can get it through your employer too. And life insurance is something you want to have on your own, so that if you leave work, involuntary or voluntary, that your rates won't be at its highest. Because when we start working, we're so young and we get these policies really cheap. But then when we wait years later, they be so expensive, people have to just turn away from it. Another thing I wanted to mention too is when you, and this is something people don't think about. Well, I didn't think about it until I bought my first house. But when you buy your first house, this is where life insurance, or if you own a house, make sure you got enough coverage that if something happens to you, that you can pay your house off. The insurance will not only bury you, but it pays off every asset that you have. Or if your kids have student loans, whatever it is, make sure you have enough insurance to cover the house, to cover the student loans, to cover any debts that your family has, because you don't want your family to be in a financial situation, and you don't want them to have to change their lifestyle because, you know, you're the primary breadwinner and you're no longer here. So you have to take all those things into consideration. Like when I built my house, the first thing I did is put enough insurance. If something happened to me, the house is paid off. And then I can will it to whoever I want. So that's things that you have to think about when you think about life insurance, not just the burial part. So it's so many different ways that we have to think about the coverage that we need.
That is so important. And values change over time.
Yes, it does.
You know, so if you do a refi, you know, refinance your house at a higher level, and now, you know, the payoff amount has changed, you got to remember to also change, you know, the insurance that you have.
Right. Because anything can happen anytime. You know, we can't predict what the future will be, but we can protect our future. And insurance allows us to do that. We can protect our loved ones from having those hardships. You see so many times when the primary breadwinner is gone, the family suffers so much.
Yeah.
A lot of times people are displaced.
I've also heard from a lot of individuals that you can also use insurance very, very effectively because it's not taxed the same as regular, you know, income or assets that you might have. So you can start buying and getting a super, I would say, policies that might be worth millions of dollars that you can then manipulate and use for all kinds of different ways, and becomes more of a financial vehicle for you.
Yeah, I had a client a couple of months ago, an older man. His wife had already passed away, but she left him probably like $1 million, and he's going to leave that to his children. But he wanted to leave each one of his grandkids $100,000 each. And so we used the money that he had put up and put that into an annuity that would pay them the $100,000 without him having to take it out of what he was leaving his children. So there's so many different ways that you can work insurance where they'll all get $100,000 each, but it won't be his actual cash. He bought an annuity there to pay that out for him. So there's so many different ways that you can use your life insurance to work with you. It's just working with a financial advisor and with an insurance person like myself that makes sure that we go over everything with you.
Well, we want to work with you, Tricia Brown. We want to work with you. Tell us how to get in contact with you so we can get more valuable information.
Well, my website is Secure Services, and that's with an S on the end, .info. And my number is 919-885-8911. And my business email is Secure Services with an S on the end, .info.
Wow, and this is your insurance agency?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm very, very proud of you. I'm glad you are doing what you're doing. You've become very, very knowledgeable. You understand the business. You understand the problem that the community has. And the more we get awareness around that they understand that it, first of all, it is affordable. It is something that you really need to have. No one obviously wants any of their loved ones to pass or anything of that nature, but we've got to be able to secure ourselves. This is how we build generational wealth. So
this is true. And just to talk a little bit about the health insurance, because I partner with all the major companies here, Blue Cross Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Humana, Cigna, Ambetter, all the insurance companies here, I write health insurance under them. So the open enrollment is approaching quickly. So you only have that 90-day window. Last year, I think it went from November 1st to January 15th. We don't know what it's going to be this year yet. But you only have that small time of winter to get insurance. So you have to make sure that during that time when you start seeing open enrollment, don't let it pass you by thinking you can just buy health insurance at any time. Because with the Affordable Care Act, it wiped out, you have to have a special enrollment period to enroll in insurance. And you don't want something to happen and you're not covered, because they're going to get you stable and send you home, but you want the best care that you can get. And having health insurance protects that. And a lot of my clients I was able to write policies for last year, they didn't have a premium because the federal government covered most of the expense, or it was $4 or $5 a month. So it just depends on your own financial situation, how much you will pay for coverage. but make sure that you enroll during that time, or you can change your policy at any time. If you get married, if you get a dependent, if you have a baby, if you move to a different state or county, you have a change in income, if you leave your employer, you can get insurance within 60 days of anything that we consider to be a life event. So I don't want you to miss out on that. And we write all those policies for every insurance carrier. We do Medicare, dental, vision, everything. We a variety of
Full
things.
service.
You said what now?
Full service. You're a
Yes.
full service insurance agency. Yeah.
Yes. And so hopefully soon, I've been working lately on starting a school. So hopefully I have that up and running by the end of the year, where you can do your credits through us, you can get certified through us, you can do all those things. So hopefully I have that going by the end of this year. I've been working on it diligently, but I encourage you that when you're thinking about how you can protect your family, think about insurance first, because insurance is one of those vehicles that we're going to always need.
Absolutely. 100%. I want to thank you for being on the Black Business Olympics this morning, or this afternoon now. This has been wonderful. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
All right. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023: NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shiny Global, Executive Woman Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome, and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this? So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, We cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow. Building relationships to get you known, get you connected, and get paid.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Good afternoon, good night, or good morning, depending on where you're located. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Nathan T. Molinga. Nathan is a young Zambian inspirational speaker, author of so many articles, including those featured in Trendy's magazine and Youth magazine in Malawi. He is also a renowned global interpreter at Creative Society. He has been featured on a lot of global speaking engagements, such as Global Speakers Talk and many more. He has written over 1,000 quotes, and one of them goes like, "Life without goals is like a house without doors, where we allow enemies to take what is ours." He has been featured on local TVs and radio shows such as ONEZED, Capital FM, and City TV. He is a certified public speaker, entrepreneur, digital and traditional marketer, business advisor, and part of the legal profession. Let's welcome Nathan Molinga to the Black Business Olympics. How are you,
Hello.
Nathan?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, wonderful. I am so glad you are here.
I'm delighted to see you.
Absolutely. All the way in Africa. This is wonderful. I'm going to get out of your way, have you an opportunity to engage directly with our audience. Genius is coming. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I think this is my second time presenting on our movement, which is Rise Up Summit. Last time I spoke of our objectives and goals, and the only thing that I wanted to elaborate more One was the aspect of justification as to why we are doing these things that we've embarked on. Rise Up Summit aims to uplift individuals, foster entrepreneurship, and create an inclusive and supportive environment where everyone can rise above their circumstances and achieve their goals. So our aim is to make sure that we make everyone feel comfortable in the different spheres of life. We may not know where they're coming from and what they're intending to achieve in their lives, but through the teachings and the different speakers that we normally bring on our platform, we'll try by all means to change the lives of these individuals. And just to go through what I said last time when I was here, I made mention of empowerment. We said that our movement, which is Rise Up Summit, we normally empower women, girls, and boys. We don't want to neglect the boy child. In as far as we may support women, we may support girls, we also want to support boys so that we don't repeat the mistakes that the patriarchal system committed. We want to empower individuals and bring about positive change in their lives through education, funding opportunities, and also mentorship. Someone may ask a question, how are we going to achieve this? I would say it's simple, because whenever we have a summit, we sell out tickets to people so that they can buy those tickets. And the monies that we raise, the funds that we raise, are the ones that we use even to funding opportunities and education, to pay for the students who are going to the universities, those in secondary schools, and those in primary or elementary schools. We also have mentorship programs where we invite different speakers from different walks of life. They will come and speak and train the students or the youths on a number of topics that may change the lives of these young people or youths. Then the other thing that we normally do is to look at the inclusion, the inclusivity, whereby we want to bring on board everyone, not to segregate anyone, irrespective of race, color, or what they do. And then the other thing that we have embarked on is the issue of business development. So we normally assist individuals who are interested in starting their own business or startup businesses by offering guidance and training and connecting them with corporate partners. We have partners who have come on board, and others are promising to partner with us. We just pray that they'll join our movement very soon, because Rise Up Summit is the movement which is in many countries of Africa, many parts of Africa. We have our founders. The other founders are in Malawi, other founders are in Namibia, and I'm also one of the founders who's in Zambia. So this is the great movement of which we invite in young people to be part of, because it's going to change the lives of many young people and also adults. The other thing that we are planning to do is to expand Rise Up Summit to a number of countries, whereby it won't just be in Africa, but we're also planning to have it in the States, UK, and many other countries, or the rest of the world. Then the other thing that we normally do is the issue of identifying talents. We make sure that whenever we organize a summit, we'll bring in individuals with different talents, and they'll showcase their talents. And in the end, we tend to promote and help them to gain or identify the talents that they have, so that they can start making money out of the talents or God-given talents that or which they have. Then the other thing, I've already talked about it, is the issue of women empowerment. we normally focus on empowering women because we know that when we empower women, they will make sure that they feed their families, they feed the community, and they feed the nations. So that's the focus that we have as Rise Up Summit movement. Then we also, I've already talked about education. We normally support students in schools. We give them funds or we pay for their school fees out of the monies that we raise from the tickets that we sell. So basically, we are looking for sponsors or donors who are willing to come on board to help us raise more funds so that we can help these students to go to school. Remember, when we educate students, we are educating the nation and we're educating everyone else, because when we educate them, they'll remember where they're coming from, and they won't forget that. And the other thing that we normally do is networking and idea finding. Under networking, we normally bring people like from different areas, corporates, doctors, all those people who have done something so that they can come and share their ideas. They can come and network with the young people so that young people may also have that momentum of changing their lives. Then the other thing is the issue of distribution, or an aspect of distributing resources to different parts of Africa or countries. We normally make sure that whatever it is that we collect from people who are willing to donate, we distribute it equally to the people that are in need of those things. But I'll make sure that I just talk about justifications of why we're intending to do those things. So one of the justification is the issue of inclusive approach. So the Rise Up Summit aims to bring about inclusion by focusing on vulnerable and less privileged individuals such as school-going children, women, and girls. By offering support, raising funds, and providing opportunities, the Rise Up Summit ensures that everyone, regardless of their background and circumstances, has a chance to improve their lives. Then the other justification as to the goals and objectives that we have, the ones that I'm just from talking about, is the issue of business development support. So we understand that many individuals have the desire to start their own business or businesses, but they lack knowledge and resources. They may have a desire, yes, they may attend these summits, they may listen to motivational talks, but by the end of the day, what are they gaining? Because they came, they paid for the ticket, they paid for them to have access to the summit. But when they go back home, those things tend to fade away. So we make sure that we give them the support that they need and the resources that they may want from us as the movement. So the Rise Up Summit addresses this gap by ensuring or offering guidance, training, and connecting aspiring entrepreneurs with corporate partners, like I made mention of. This support system enables individuals to realize their potential or to realize their entrepreneurial dreams and contributes to the economic growth and self-sufficiency. The issue of expansion to multiple countries, as I'm just trying to justify our objectives and goals. This is, I think, by starting with the first chapter that we have in Zambia, which will happen in November, on 4th of November, 2023. This will be on a Saturday. So we are inviting, because this is our first chapter, this will be our first ever chapter in Zambia, and the physical meeting that we're going to have, because we normally used to have online meetings. So this chapter will pave its way, will pave a way for other chapters to, and for other partners to come on board so that we can expand it to other countries as well, so that they can also come on board and be part of the movement. Then when it comes to talent identification and collaboration, the Rise Up Summit aims to identify individuals with exceptional talents and connect them with corporate partners who can help them and nurture them to become the individuals that they hope to be. The collaboration benefits both parties as talented individuals receive the support they also need to grow, while corporations gain access to innovative ideas and potential collaborations. So it's win-win situation. The corporate world is also gaining potential to collaborate, while the young people who have talents are also gaining and getting something from the corporate individuals or corporate world. When it comes to women and girls empowerment, the Rise Up Summit recognizes the importance of empowering women and girls and boys also by allocating funds and resources to support their development and provide them with opportunities to lead fulfilling lives. This focus on gender empowerment contributes to breaking down barriers and promoting gender equality in society or different societies. Then when it comes to collaboration with governments, we plan that we would want to work with the government of the day and would like to work with different governments so that they can support these ideas that we have. And we know that they will truly work because this movement will empower a lot of people globally, not just in Zambia or Malawi or in Africa, but it will empower a lot of young people. They will benefit out of it. Then the other thing that we sort of was the issue of rehabilitation of street kids. So we would like to, as Rise Up Summit, would like to take on the responsibility of teaching street kids on how to lead a normal life by implementing programs that offer education, skills training, and rehabilitation support. This initiative gives these children a chance to overcome their challenges, circumstances, and reinvent their lives or integrate from being street kids and becoming individuals that may be accepted in the society. Then when it comes to inspirational sharing and mentorship, we thought of inviting different speakers, motivational speakers, doctors, lawyers, all those people who are coming from different professions to come and share their stories so that they may empower and inspire the lives of young people or different kinds of individuals that will be attending our summits. And again, we thought of giving awards to individuals who've never been recognized by the state so that we can also acknowledge their contribution to the growth of the state. Then we also looked at funding for young ideas, which is also talent identification. Overall, the Rise Up Summit justifies its existence through its commitment to changing lives, promoting inclusion, and addressing key societal challenges. By providing opportunities, support, and resources, the Rise Up Summit empowers individuals to rise above their circumstances, fostering a positive and transformative impact on communities and societies as a whole. These are the things that we've planned as Rise Up Summit. When it comes to the background, we started this, we used to have this online, not until we said, let's try to have it, let's try to have a physical meeting and see the response of individuals. And we've seen that the response is overwhelming and individuals are willing to participate and to take part in the activities that will be coming that will be taking place. So I just invite, if there's anyone who's willing to support these ideas that we have, who's willing to be part of the movement. We already have NGOs that have partnered with us. We have Humanity Challenge Organization, we have Rob Youth Organization, a foundation which is from Namibia, and we have Fly High, which is from Malawi. So we are just inviting those who are willing to be part of the movement, so that they too can share the ideas that they have in order to change the lives of people. We're here to change one another and to uplift the lives of others. I think that's what we normally do as Rise Up Summit. We normally organize events so that we can raise money to empower women, to empower students, and to identify talents, and also to give a chance to individuals who would like to start businesses but they don't have resources or they don't have capital. We give them capital so that they can go and start their own business. And we do not even demand anything from them after giving them money. So we just identify and work with them, because that's the best thing that we can do in order to uplift the lives of others. If you would like to get in touch with us, you can actually email us at riseupsummit2@gmail.com, riseupsummit2@gmail.com. And also the WhatsApp number is +260-97540-5074, +260-97540-5074. Thank you so much for being attentive, and I wish to see you next time when I'll be here. Thank you and good night.
Hey, Nathan.
Hi.
There he is. Tell us a little bit more, because this is interesting information you've been sharing. You said you have a Rise Up Summit. That is, when is that?
It will be in November, on 4th of November.
And where location?
In Zambia, Lusaka, just the capital of Zambia.
Is that open to anyone outside the country? Is it only people that reside there?
No. It is open to everyone. Anyone can come. We have like our keynote speaker is coming from the UK, Mr. Kamara Unisa is coming all the way from the UK. Yes, and we have other speakers from Malawi, others from Namibia, South Africa. So it's open to everyone. So whoever wants to come, they can come.
Is it an all-day thing? Is it over a weekend?
We planned to have it for 3 days, but due to finances, then we just said we can just have it for a day. However, we have other exciting programs that we've planned, where we'll make sure that we take all our speakers to go and see one of the 7 wonders in the world, which is Victoria Falls.
Oh man, that sounds like a beautiful location. Do you have sponsors for the event? Do you need additional sponsors?
Yes, we do. We do need sponsors. Most of the sponsors that we wrote the letters to, they didn't respond. We're still waiting for them to respond, and it's taking time. So if there are sponsors that are willing to come on board, they are welcome.
It's all about awareness. So I don't know who you have all sent it out to, but anything we can do, and that's one of the reasons we are on the Black Business Olympics on the network, that we get information out there so that potential sponsors can learn about the program and get involved. What is the best way for them to do that?
I'm sure they can get in touch with us with the email that I gave out, which is riseupsummit2@gmail.com. Then we can pick it up from there. We'll be able to give them all the information that they need from us, because we have the concept note. If they need the concept note, it's ready. We have letters. We have all the things that they may need from us. All they need is just to contact us, or if there's anyone who can give us the link of some of the sponsors, we can write letters to them or emails to them. Then we'll pick it up from there.
No, that's wonderful. We want to get as much awareness that we can. These are all very important types of events that are going on, as part of a universal movement, I believe that's happening, taking place, that we have a humanity first approach to everything that we're doing, from business, economics, finance, politics, everything. We've got to get beyond just being a profit-driven society, that we have to say, okay, what is the purpose of profit? And the purpose should be to improve the human condition. I would hope.
Yeah.
So there's many things that are happening out here. Tell us again, what is the best way to contact you? I think you just gave an email out there. You have a website. Are you on all the different social media channels?
At the moment, we are on Facebook, and our website is under development. They're still developing it. We gave it to someone to try and develop it, but they were having some technical issues. So we just told them that.
Well, I think we just got hung up a little bit. There's a delay at this point. So hopefully he may be able to join us, but if not, that was a wonderful dissertation about what is happening, especially in the mother continent. And I encourage every one of us to look into it and to share as much knowledge as you can, whether you can be there in person or you can be there virtually, that we reach out, we support, and that we encourage all this type of endeavors. So I want to thank all of you. I've been your moderator this afternoon, and I want to remind everybody that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college, or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. And you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And the 5-star BDM company, my company, will be donating laptops to the Black Business USA Expo and Olympics. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. They include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you very much.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is Klock. Genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students, who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.